Hello, everyone. Oh my god, I'm already really tired. What's up with my voice? It just stopped working. That's wonderful. Oh my god. So tired today. I hope everyone is doing fine though and having a good day. Let's see. Oh my god. Oh wait. Why am I having my eyes up like that? Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. How are you? How are you? We have the hand cam today. Wonderful. Ooh, my god, my hands look really weird in this light. I also have comfy clothes or blanket because I'm kind of cold today. Oh my god, you can see my boobs as well. Don't look. Respect to the queen. Hi, Llama. Hi. Well, hi, Shadow. How you doing? I miss you so much. Oh, I missed you too. It's been lovely, haven't it? Because we've been having Christmas. Oh my God, I'm losing all my way of speaking right now. Like English is nowhere to be found, is it? Oh my God. Are you guys ready to study or read with me? I don't know. What are you guys gonna do? Are you gonna study something specific or are you going to read a specific book? I'm going to be reading The Phantom of the Opera. This is a huge book. Like, oh my god. Look, Phantom of the Opera. The book itself is not this big. It's a big collection of Gothic tales, but and then in the back, like far in the back in the book, Phantom of the Opera is. And I started reading it yesterday. It was going to be my first book of the year, but I don't know. I haven't read much this year. It's like 9 days into the year, and I haven't like done much reading. I've done like 20 minutes here and maybe 10 minutes there, but I haven't really like sat down and just read, like I usually do. Trust me, Christmas hasn't been the same for me. It's different. Please understand. I'm sorry, but my life is different. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I hope you had a good time anyway, though, or like had some peace or like some calmness during your time, even if you don't celebrate Christmas, or even if it's been different, it's still been like a good different and not like bad different. I'm just seeing that I have don't look at my table. It's candle wax. It's like it's nothing weird. It's just me who spilled candle wax because I sometimes when I'm reading I like to have like lighted candles and then I poured it all over the place. I don't know. I'm a big klutz, I guess. That's me. But yeah, let's see. I was with my little bro. He's 20 years old now, so yeah, he and I hang out. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I spent Christmas with my little brother too. My little brother and my parents. It's been really nice. Me and my little brother don't really have a good relationship, but it's getting better. It's getting better. We had like a rocky start of our adulthood, so to speak, but it's definitely getting better. You know, I'm on chapter 6 in my book. Look how big and fat this book is. Oh my god. I love big and fat books. I have decided that we will do study sessions in or reading session, depending on what you want to call it. We will do it in 45 minutes, and then we have like a 15-minute break where we can like talk, hang out, just relax in between the study sessions. Mainly because it's easy to count 45 plus 15. And you don't have to study, you don't have to read, you can just hang out and do whatever you want to do. You can be doing dishes or you can play games, or you can be productive in any way you want to be. You don't have to, do the same as we're doing or I'm doing. But we will do it in 45-minute sessions no matter what. And let's see if I can get this little overlay thing going. Let's see. I have figured out how you do a pomodoro. Pomodoro? Do you say it like that? Pomodoro. And yeah. And and I will do rain sounds. We usually, when we have done this, we usually have like calming music or something like that. But I've been having a lot of struggles with, even if it's non-copyrighted and free to use music, I'm still getting copyright strikes because there's always someone who claims copyright of the music even though it's not, and it's starting to bother me that I have to like have this big discussion with YouTube all the time, and they finally let go of my my ad ban because they were like, you have not followed the rules according to copyright because you get copyright strikes too often, blah blah blah. And I'm finally in the green with YouTube, so I don't want to like get on their bad side again. So we're going to do rain and thunderstorm, and that's going to work perfectly fine for me because I'm reading gothic stories and Phantom of the Opera. And I hope that you will enjoy the rain sounds as well. YouTube seems to way harder on the copyright music than Twitch. Yeah, it's like, I feel like Twitch is more on the side that you can listen and do whatever you want on stream, but then they kind of like mute the stream afterwards. YouTube can legitimately shut down the stream while you're streaming if you get a strike during the stream. I have been shut down multiple times. With right though, because I did do dance streams. That's why I moved to Kick, because Kick is a lot chill when it comes to copyrights, and you can listen to all the sorts of music you want to. But because I did a lot of dance videos and dance streams, YouTube were not happy with me. And even if I marked the videos as I do not want to make money on this video because I know this song is copyrighted, they still gave me a copyright claim on it, and I was just like pulling my hair, and I was just like, because I didn't do anything bad, I don't feel like. Sometimes you can be like literal, well, what I mean. I use the music for my videos, but I hate copyright even though it doesn't belong to me. Yeah. They just turn off the section where you have copyrighted sounds unless you split the audio. Exactly. And YouTube is not like that. It's just like, and if you get like a copyright strike, for example, I use like a non-copyrighted song, right? Like I have a friend, Skeppy, he do music, and he have provided and done music specifically for me. It's songs that belongs to him and me. It's my song, it's my music or his music. People have sent in claims on these songs, and I obviously have ground to be like, this is mine though, like you can't claim this as yours. And YouTube, after like reviewing it, says it is mine, and all the claims are gone. But the fact that someone is claiming it as theirs still puts like a dent into me. And if you get like 3 warnings or 3 strikes or something in a row, YouTube will be like, oh, we cannot trust you because you say that you have not used copyrighted music, but then you get claims anyway on your videos, so we're going to take away the privileges of like 100% ads and AdSense. And I'm like, But in the end, it wasn't me who was wrong because it was my music that I used, but someone still claimed it, even if it wasn't theirs, because they thought that they could get away with it and get money for it, even though it's not theirs. So it's like, why am I being punished for someone else's wrongly claiming stuff? You know, I'm getting annoyed with YouTube when it comes to that, and that's probably why I'm so much like, kick streaming right now. But yeah. Oh, hi Stas, how are you doing? I've been doing well. I haven't been reading much, but like Christmas been well and stuff. Ooh, and I saw you streaming on Kick for everyone who doesn't know. So, my YouTube is going to be strictly studying and reading videos. I'm still going to do the book podcast I'm doing with Gina. I'm still going to do these kind of streams, like reading and studying and being productive together. And I'm going to produce book videos. But all other sort of streaming is going to be on my Kick from now on because of copyrights and all of that jazz. I'm pretty done suffering under YouTube right now when it comes to music and stuff. But shall we go into our first session? The first session is going to be 45 minutes. And after the 45 minutes, we're going to have a 15-minute break. And I'm going to mute myself and put on some relaxing rain and thunder sounds. Let's see if we can... There we go. Good luck, everyone. Have a good session and be productive in whatever it is you're doing. And I will see you in 45 minutes. My oh my, that was the first 45 minutes, eh? 45? Yeah, 45? Yeah, it's break time. uh, I feel like I'm so tired right now. Like, I feel like I can't really focus on my reading. It is what it is. How is it going for everyone else? I saw Essa was in here, but I don't know if you're still here or if you left. I saw what you wrote, Shadow, and I'm sorry to hear that about your New Year's. It's never easy when you miss someone and they're gone, you know? They're no longer around. That's always a tough one, you know? I finished, let's see, 3 chapters, I think. I started, 4 chapters actually, 4 chapters. I'm not sure if I'm really into this book, you know? It's not my cup of tea. I really, really like the opera. I really, really like the story. And I like the music from Phantom of the Opera, and the movie is really good. But the book itself, I don't like how it's written. It's very straightforward and just very like this, you know? I'm more of a person who probably enjoy more detailed descriptions or I don't know, description of like backgrounds and nature and descriptiveness. Is that even a word? I like when people describe things more innerly and it's not so straightforward. This feels more like he went there, they said this, he was mad, she said this back. It doesn't really do much for me. Also because like I've seen the movie, I've listened to the opera, and I feel like the book doesn't add much to the story. If you've seen the movie or you've seen the opera, you're kind of good on the apartment, so to speak. But it might change. I read 10 chapters, or I am on chapter 10 out of, how many chapters is there? 25, I think. Let's see. 25. Yeah, 25 plus an epilogue, so I'm not really halfway, but I'm getting there. I gotten so far that Christine has been kidnapped by the Phantom or the Ghost or the Red Devil. The man has many names, so to speak. So I gotten pretty far, I think. Yeah. It's pretty good though. I'm happy with it. Like, I've read worse books, so. But I also feel like it's probably not going to be in my top 20 list, you know, when of 2024 of like the best read. I feel like it's like that kind of book that once you read it, but it might also be a little bit unforgettable. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't add much newness. I don't know where to place the microphone. I feel like it's in the way no matter where I place it. But I think it's pretty good there. Ooh, stretching cause I'm so tired. I kinda wanna sleep. Have you guys what have you guys been studying? Have you been doing, oh my god, math is my most horrible probably subject ever. I fucking hate math. I hate everything that has numbers in it. It's not my cup of tea, that's for sure. Oh yeah, someone wrote to me on Discord. See what they wanted. What do they want from me? Okay. That's odd. With nothing. Kind of like the rain sounds. We usually do like music, but I don't know. I kind of like the feeling of just like ambient sounds. Maybe a fireplace would be a good one as well. I feel like, you know, if you have music, it can sometimes be very distracting. For me at least. I sometimes get like lost in the music. in a way. Here, it doesn't really have that issue. How many pages is this book anyway? I'm on 686 now. Okay, so it's roughly 120 pages times 2. Yeah. You should be able to do like a big chunk, I think, of the book today. I like that it's not that like the chapters are not that long. Sometimes when chapters are really, really long, I feel like, okay, this chapter was long as fuck. Okay, see. Sometimes, you know, when chapters are just too long, I just feel like, it never ends, you know? It's always easier with shorter chapters because then you can like fool yourself and be like, oh, but you know, one more chapter because it's such a small chapter. And then you end up reading 10 more chapters. But if it's a long one, it feels like it's a harder commitment to do. You read 4 chapters in 45 minutes? Yeah. How many pages are the chapters? How many? I read 35 pages. Yeah, 35 pages I read. So, not that much. It's probably because I only had like 3 hours sleep tonight, so, and I've been working 8 hours. And I'm really, really tired and exhausted. If I would have been like otherwise, I would probably have read more. I usually do 1 page a minute, sometimes 1.5 page per minute, depending. This one though is pretty neat. I don't know if you can see. If I do that, sometimes it's not that much, you know, like there's a lot of space in between. Okay, not here then. And not here. Okay, this is a lot of. Don't mind me. I will find a place where it was not that much. Oh yeah, like here. You know, you have a section and then you have a little bit and then a section more. Because it's like the Phantom of the Opera music, so you have like the lyrics and the singing in between of what's happening. So sometimes you get like more space in between, if that makes sense. Oh no. Oh yeah, there. Maybe. That's good. I read like 1 chapter in 45 minutes, and that is a book I read 10 times. I mean, the more you read and the more you get used to reading, the faster you get. I've been trying to read slower because I can feel like I can physically read really, really fast. But you know, it goes in through one ear and out through the other one because like I can skim this really fast. And on like books that's written today, or like feel good books or teenage books or kids books and stuff, it doesn't really matter because they don't really have a depth to them. It's just everything that's said on the page, it is what it is, basically. Like in modern books and subgenres. So those books you can read like that. But when it comes to like classics like this that has a lot of like lyrical and like meaning in between the lines and in between the sentences, I feel like I sometimes read too fast to fully see those sentences and those meanings in between. So I'm trying to like read slower. Because I don't feel like reading fast. Like, sure, it's something you can like say to people and be like, oh my god, I read 400 books this year. I'm amazing. You know, it's cool to say, but like in the end, like how many of those books did you actually remember? How many of those books did you fully 100% enjoy? Or are they just all merged together because you were just like read, 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 you know? So I don't see slow reading as something bad. The other way around, actually. I feel like it's great. I wish I was slower sometimes. But sometimes you just like, if you're reading a really, really good book, you also get like super stressed because like you want to know what's happening. So you like, you read, 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 like really, really, really fast because you want to get to that like next stage of what's going to happen. Which is good because that means you really, really like the book. But like some books, you just, it feels like you skip half the story because you rush through the book. But I don't know. Some days I can't even read at all. You know. Some days, like you're just too tired, or like my dyslexia acts up. And I just feel too tired to do anything or read. And those days, I feel like I'm reading the same sentence over and over and over again, and I just don't understand what the sentence is, even if I read it like 15 times. I think everyone has those kind of days, right? Like when you're too tired or just like too stressed and you can't really calm down and get to like that level of me so you can like understand what you're reading. I don't know if I'm making any sense, to be honest. There is a book I really, really want to read. I feel like, reading this and being a little bit disappointed in how this is written kind of makes me just want to, you know what? I'm going to close this and pick the book I really want to read right now. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to, you know, I'm going to see this book through to the end before I pick up the other book. But I am daydreaming of the other book. I'm like, I know the other book is going to be great. So I'm just like, it's not good. Yeah, I have a hard time starting a new book because I have to go back to reread a page too because I start something out. Yeah, I do that too. I feel like I do it more when there's a lot of things going around. Like, I'm either stressed out about stuff or I feel like I have so much things to do so I can't really like calm down and get into like a reading space. Or if there's like a lot of things, like I can hear my neighbors drilling in the walls, or I can hear people shouting on the streets, or if there's like music or a TV in the background or something like that, then it's just harder, I feel like. Because then I zone out really, really easily. That's why I felt like, the rain sounds, when we're doing rain sounds now, it doesn't bother me as much as like other things have done in the past, which is nice. I see now that the break is also over. Time to, get some productivity again. I'm getting a little bit hungry. Oh no, that's no good, no bueno. Anyway, good luck on your next session, on whatever you're doing, and we will talk soon again. Yes. that's another 45 minutes and we're on a break. Let's go. How is everyone doing? I did roughly the same amount of pages, I think. Yeah. I feel very tired. Oh my god. It's getting better though. It's not as straightforward. It's still very straightforward, and there's a lot of dialogue in the book, so it kind of gets a little bit meh sometimes, if that makes sense. Like there's sometimes, you know, when you say when it comes to books, like it's better to show than to tell, but this book is very much telling and not showing, because it's basically just dialogue of people telling you what happened instead of the author showing you what happened, kind of. But hello, small man. I don't know if you're still here in chat, but hello. And Nukazi, hello. I don't know what you mean with what HW you need. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing you're not in chat anymore, so bye-bye. Yes, I'm not AFK, it's just, you know, it's study reading sessions, you know, so I'm mute during those 45 minutes, and then we have breaks where we talk. What's your thoughts about books written in like a diary? It depends on how it's written, you know, like, because you know, as a school librarian, there's a lot of like, you know, diary based kids books and middle school books and teen books, and I'm not super into them because it's very much, you know, teen and kid drama stuff, but I did read a really good one. It was a classical adult fiction. I think the author is French. The book is called Necrophiliac, and it's basically, it's about what the title is. It's about this man who discovers he's into corpses in a way that you probably shouldn't be into corpses, and that is written in a diary kind of way, and it was really interesting to seeing him like slowly becoming more and more crazy the more he dived into his urges and things. So those kind of diaries I really like, but it depends on how you write it. Like, you know, is the diary very shallow, or is it really deep diving into the person's psyche and the thought process? But yeah, I think it very dependable. I also read another one. I don't really read that many diary-based books, to be honest. Or maybe it's just me not remembering them. Like, most of the books that I read, I think is like... sorry if I'm just, you know, AFK. I'm looking at my bookshelf right here to see if I can remember any books I read. The most I read is like this one. You have like letters in between and some segments of like diaries and stuff, so it's like a mix of everything. I don't think I've read one that's just diary based in a very long time. I don't think. But you know, I love details, so the more details the better. I know there's like a lot of people who don't like details because they can be very like, well, get on with the story, like you don't have to describe this tree or how this forest looks like for like 10 pages or something. But I kind of feel like describing the surroundings and describing both, like, you know, all the senses on how does it sound like around you, how does it smell like, how does it look like, how does it feel. I feel like all those, like, if you can describe those, it kind of gives you a broader picture and makes the reader more immersed into the story. I think that's why I like Tolkien, because he truly loved details, and he's really, really good at describing stuff. But I also know that is also the reason why a lot of people don't like Tolkien, because he is very detail oriented, so people find it annoying how much he goes into his writing, I think. It also makes you imagine the entire scenario in your head. Exactly, Axel. I agree with that. It's also like I read an article through work that nowadays are not as many people can imagine stuff in their head like before. Like, you know, when I read a book or I read a story, I see like a small moving movie in my head of everything and the entire scene and everything that happens. And either I see a movie in my head or I see like a picture in my head. Like, at least I see something in my head from what I'm reading. But apparently it's really rare today that teens and kids, they can't see anything. It's apparently pitch black when they read. And that's why like the reading is going down in school so much today, because like they don't understand the whimsicality of like reading, because they just read like word for word for word for word, and to them it doesn't mean anything more than just words on a paper. They don't really see the bigger picture, or they can't really like see the fantasy of like the pictures and the movies in your head. And I find it really, really sad. I think it's like one of those things that you have to read a lot to start having those pictures, maybe, and start like being able to see what is happening between the lines that isn't specifically written in the story, but depending on how it's written, it kind of is told to you. But like today, most teens and kids can't see between the lines, because if it's not specifically written today, it doesn't exist, you know? The book I'm reading is written like a diary journal, but it's the third book in the series. It's written like past tense. I think that's a weird. Oh yeah, I see. Is that the book that you had on your Twitter? I haven't read it. Is it a sci-fi book? I want to read more sci-fi because I'm really bad at reading sci-fi. Like, I want to be able to read it, but like, I think I'm afraid of it being too technological, you know, like a lot of big fancy words, a lot of like chemistry, physics, math, and like stuff that I don't really 100% understand, if that makes sense. And it makes me scared of science fiction, which is sad because one of my favorite genres of all time is the dystopians. Like, I like dystopians where we criticize society, you know, and I feel like a lot of sci-fis are dystopians in a certain way, and I really want to like dive into those worlds, but it also scares me. There's always sci-fi that's used as settings to discuss social matters. Yeah. That's like the ones I want to dive into. But it's also like, I don't know where to start. You know what I mean? I know there was this book that was really popular. Was it 2022 or 2023? It was like a year or two. It was called Necromancer. That book looked very good and very intriguing, and like I really want to read it, but I'm also a little bit afraid of picking it up. And I know it sounds really dumb for someone who reads so much as me, and I devour books so much, and I'm like, I'm afraid of a genre, I'm afraid of a book, but I really am. It's about a military officer who's writing journal at the beginning during the zombie apocalypse. I mean, that sounds really good. If you're not into zombies, it's probably not a series for you. I mean, I love horror. I have a lot of zombie books. I also, by the way, speaking of zombies, I was thinking, because I read a lot of zombie books, that maybe I should do like a top 5 favorite zombie apocalypse kind of books, like a list. Could be good. Yeah, I haven't read that one though, so maybe I need to put it on my reading list. My reading list is so long though. Like, if I go to my Goodreads, I don't know if you guys use Goodreads, but if you do, we should totally be friends. We can see what each other is reading. What was I gonna look at my Goodreads? I forgot. Okay, it was the necromancer. Wasn't it like Gideon or something? Necromance. Gideon. I'm pretty certain it was like Gideon or something like that. I can't find it. Necromancer book. Gideon. How annoying it is when you can't find it. I know how it looks like, so if I see the book, I will definitely be like, oh yeah, that's the one. It's green and silver. I'm reading that one right now. It's not the book that is called Gideon. Like, the author name is called Gideon, I think. So it's not the Gideon the Ninth, if that's the one you mean, the Tamsin Murray. It's not that one. It's another one. But that's a good one as well. I do recommend that one. Hello, Queen. It's been a while. Oh, hello. How are you doing? Let's see, sci-fi book 2023. Was it out 2023 or did it come out the year after that? I might come up with it, you know. It bothers me that I can't, you know. Maybe it's not a sci-fi. Maybe it's just a dystopian book, and that's why I've seen it. Oh, there we go. William Gibson. That's the name. Yeah, it's called Neuromancer. Oh, I see. It's not Necromancer. It's Neuromancer. See, that's why I didn't find it. It's a sci-fi. It's a cyberpunk. Oh, it's an old book from 1984. Oh, okay. I thought it was from last year. Maybe it just got popular last year. Oh, I actually put it on my want to read list. Yeah, Neuromancer. Need to read that. The Matrix is the world within the world, a global concept hallucination and representatives of every byte of data in the cyberspace. See, it sounds complicated, but I still want to read it. Well, hi Lord, how are you doing? Oh my god, I'm just seeing that we only have 30 seconds left of the break. God damn it. These breaks go so fast, man. The first 2 books is like his journal and his writing, but the third book is a mix between the journal and the past tense, so it's kind of weird, but it's still good. Hmm. Oh, it's like a long series. I have a hard time with series because I get distracted. I can't like read many books in a series. I'm doing math. Oh, math is my least favorite thing of all time. I hope you had a wonderful New Year's. Oh, you too, you too. My New Year's was actually very lovely. I haven't read anything at all until now, so it's I don't know what I've been doing. I have not been reading. I had just been like eating candy and hanging out with my family members. That's what I've been doing. Well, I see that the 45-minute timer have started. It is time to do another session. Hope you guys have a good time. I will be continue reading. Have fun with the math or whatever you guys decide to be studying or reading. And I will see you again soon. that's another session. That's like 3 sessions, and then we're gonna break. Ah! Oh my god. Sitting in this chair reading for this many hours is not the most comfortable, I got to tell you. But it is what it is. I see we have E100 here. Is it raining over there? No, it's not raining. I have a raining ambient background. Not music, but background sounds. But it is snowing here, so you got that. Maybe I should have gone with a snowing ambient fireplace kind of aesthetic more than rain and thunder. But I really like the sound of thunder. That's why I picked it. I also see that Gina is here. Welcome, welcome. I also seen you say that you had some scuff on your streams. Is it because of the weather outside, or is it more other technical issues? I'm guessing it's the weather. I don't seem to have any problems right now, but you know, I don't live in the middle of nowhere like you do, so that could be it. I also realized I basically only have 50 pages left. Oof. It's not that many pages. I really been fast reading this one. To be fair, the book is not that long, so it doesn't really surprise me that I'm soon-ish done with it, because it's not really soon. Maybe like 1 hour and 40 minutes and I'm done, if I really sit down and read. It's not really that interesting though, like, you know, I'm waiting for something to happen, but nothing really happens in the book. Like, like I said, I've seen the movie, I've seen the opera, I know everything there is about Phantom of the Opera. I know the songs really, really well, and I thought this book would give me more oomph, you know, like it would give me that extra meat on my bones, like the extra dazzle upon the story. But I feel like I'm reading the script of the movie or the actual opera, so I don't really feel like I'm getting more than I already know. So it makes the reading kind of boring, because like I know what's gonna happen, and it doesn't really give you any extra information on all the events. It's just like, okay, now that's gonna happen, now he's gonna say that, now they're gonna do this, now they're gonna go and do this. You know, it kind of makes the book a little bit like boring. On the other hand, I must say, like usually you say like the book is better than the movie and everything, because like the book has so much more to offer, and you know, you usually hate the movies because of that. This one, you have to say, like, you know, the opera and the movie is really fucking good if like it follows the actual book that much. So I can't really say anything about it, because it's like, you know, they did a good job on the opera and the movie to really bring the entire story to life. It still bothers me like about dialogue though, because it's a lot of dialogue. There's very much telling you what happened than actually showing you what happened, and it really bothers me. It's like one of the chapters that I read, because like the ghost of the opera or the phantom of the opera, they were like, oh, he wants to have like 20,000 francs, and you know, I'm gonna put it here, and I'm gonna put like a safety pin in it, so if someone is trying to take it, then I will feel it, and then we will catch him in the act, you know. And then after midnight they look, and like the envelope is gone with the money, but the safety pin is still in place and everything. But that was like an entire fucking chapter of two people, two managers of the opera, just like going back and forward. Like, I didn't take it. Yes, you did. You must have taken it because we are the only people in this room. No, you must have taken it. You know, like just pointing fingers at each other, and you're just like, I don't fucking care. Like, get on with it. You know? I found out a few weeks ago that the Rambo movie is based on a book, and now I feel like I have to read it. Oh, really? I did not know that Rambo was based on a book. That's pretty cool. Is the book called Rambo as well? To be fair, I learned that James Bond is based on books as well. That blew my mind away. I was like, what? James Bond is based on books? With the same name? I didn't know that. Kind of makes me want to read it as well. I really don't like thrillers, and I really don't like, you know, agent or espionage books. But, like, you know, it is James Bond. Kinda makes you want to read one. Maybe Goldfinger would be a good one. I don't know. It wouldn't be the first one, I don't think, though. I don't know which is the first one. Is it Russia Royale? Maybe the first one? I don't know. What I know is when I looked it up, the movies is not in the same order as the actual books. It's just called First Blood by David Morrell. It's the first Rambo movie. It's called First Blood as well. Ah, I'm not sure though if it's the rest of the movie are based off the books. Ah, I see. I can't say I remember much of the Rambo movie. I know I've seen it because I think I've seen it with my dad, but I think it was a very, very long time ago. I feel like I remember more. Like, I remember more, what do you call it? Like scenes, parody scenes from other movies, like comedy movies, when they like make fun of Rambo. I feel like I remember that more than the actual Rambo movie, but I've seen the Rambo movie. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, you know, that kind of like movies that you have seen in, and if you would have like put it on and you start watching it, you would go like, oh yeah, I remember that, but you can't really remember everything right away now. If that makes sense. I've had that with books as well. Like, you know, I think I haven't read books, or I think I have read books, and then I start like reading them, and it takes me a long time to realize, hey, I read this. Or, I don't know. It's hard though sometimes, because I'm looking at my bookshelf now. Like, some books I legitimately do not remember ever picking up and reading, but according to my Goodreads, I have read them and I have opinions on them and all that jazz, but I don't have a memory ever consuming the books, you know, like, or reading them. I don't know. But I know what they're about, but like I read so much like book summaries and book reviews that I sometimes also, even if I haven't read a book, I've read so many summaries and seen book reviews on a book that I sometimes convince myself 100% that I have read that book because I know everything there is about the book, but actually I haven't read it. So it goes both ways, I think. You're like half into the movie and you just go, hold on, have you seen this? Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. I just find it really interesting how your mind is just like, well, this was not of value, and then it just throws it out. But then when you're like consuming it again for like a second time or like another time around, your brain is just like, oh wait, I remember this, and then it like suddenly you have a memory in your mind that you did not even know existed. You know, it's like a memory that's been so fucked up, but now it's just like all out in the bright light, and you can see it very clearly. You know, I had that with one of my let's see, you know, the Spice and Wolf, like the light novels. Let me show you. These light novels of Spice and Wolf, I know for a fact I have read them. And I have. 100%. But then I was like, you know, have I though? Or do I just think I've read them because I've seen the anime? So I started rereading it. And the entire book, I was just like, I don't remember this. Like, I remember it because some scenes are obviously the same as the anime. But I'm like, have I really read it though? And then I got to the ending. And I was like, oh yeah, I've read this. Because I read the epilogue. And I was like, yeah, I read this. But I had to read the entire fucking thing another time just to realize that I have already read it. Like, it did say on my Goodreads that I did read it. But like, I don't know. If you guys really want to read a cozy light novel though, read this. The anime is getting like a remake this year, 2024. We're getting a Spice and Wolf remake. I'm not really hype on it because I really like the old one. But if you like the anime, the light novels give you so much more. So pick this up. There's also a spin-off series on it. If you really like the series, there's one called Wolf and Parchment that is about their child. Because like in the end, like, you know, they settle down and everything. They get a child, and this is a series about like their child's life instead, and like being half wolf and half human. It's really cute. Really cute. I do recommend. That is not what I was going to stream, by the way. Internet issue. I'm back again. Oh, welcome back, Gina. I'm sorry. Is it the weather that's making it? Schrödinger light novel? You read it and not read it. Exactly. You don't know if you read it or not read it. It's just like somewhere in between. Oh my god. Such a funny thing though. I have so many light novels that I really want to, I was gonna say consume. I don't know why I keep saying consuming when it comes to books. But I have some light novels that I really want to read this year. Because I realized I really like light novels. I like the light fluffiness of it. And that sounds really dumb because like many of the light novels that I have are of serious topics. They're not like fluffy cuteness things. But they aren't as like, you know, you don't need to use your brain 100% when you're reading them. Like I feel like I have to do with a lot of the classical literature. I feel like it's just like my brain taking a vacation, but still they are very, very, like some of them are just so good when it comes to like world building. I like it. Never really gotten into manga. I read One Piece like 10 plus years ago, and anime I've only watched 4 series. Yeah, I don't really have time watching anime series anymore. I watched it a lot in high school. Manga the same. I have my favorite authors that I buy their new mangas, but that's just because I like them as authors. But it's just like, I don't know. I've turned into more of a word person. I like the written word more than I do with like manga that has more pictures. Even if I like the way that you can describe things through pictures and feelings and scenarios and everything, I just feel like I prefer the written word more, which is why I gotten more into light novels, because it's basically just, you know, it's book form. Not sure. It's been issues for at least a couple of weeks, but only some days, not always. Oh, that's really weird. I wonder why. Oh, by the way, I was going to do like a 4 hour thing, but I feel like because I haven't slept much, I don't want to like do another because we have like one more 45 minutes left, but I don't really feel like it, so we can talk instead. I had a headache when I got home from work because I only slept 3 hours, right? And it's been a long day at work, and reading for like 3 45 minutes, it was like my brain is not braining right now, sadly. But I had a headache and I wanted to take a pill, but I did not have Ipren or Alvedon or anything at home, so I kind of hated my life for a bit there. I have migraine pills, but those are really, 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 really strong, and I did not want to be like all woo woo on stream, you know? And I don't think it's good also to take these really strong pills for like a normal headache. It's better to like, only take them when you get those really, really bad migraines. Mm. There's a lot of books I really want to read this year. I let's let's see. the I have decided not to do like I don't know if you guys use Goodreads, but they always have like a reading challenge every year, right? This reading challenge, you decide how many books you want to read each year. Usually, I just pick something. One year, went crazy with 400 books. One year, I was like 250. And then last year, I was like, oh, I don't really care. I will do 150 just to not feel that stress. This year, I don't think I'm going to actually do it. Because, it, like, it's nice knowing how many books I've read, but what value does it really, really give me more than me stressing I am 12 books behind schedule, or me feeling like, oh shit, there's only 2 months left and I have this many books I have to finish. Even if I tell myself I'm not going to do the challenge 100%, I still feel like I do want to do the challenge 100% because I can't do anything a little bit. I always go 100% in because I have issues. 500 books this year. Insert that burning elbow gift. God damn, boy. Look at you go. Hopefully you've been hydrating. I've been drinking a big glass of Coca-Cola. I'm out of it now though, but I needed that sugar to stay alive. I also had a big cup of tea. But yeah, my want to read list is 216 books. 216 books. What the fuck? There is coming out a new book. Wait, can I actually show you guys my what I'm looking at? Oh, the blue. Oh, there we go. Wait. Eh? What happened? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Look at me. I know technological stuff. Okay, we kill everything here and we have this up. Look at this. This is one of the books I'm looking forward to. It's coming in April. I don't like fantasy. I don't like young adult stuff. But this book though, my god. It's like the first one, so good. You guys need to like pick this up. And it was even nominated a young adult fantasy for 2021. Look at that. I've been waiting for like this book to come out for so long. The funny thing is when this got really, really popular on like BookTube and Book Talk and all these sites, I was like, I don't like teen books, I don't like sci-fi, I don't like fantasy, I'm not gonna read that. But then I was like intrigued because it was everywhere and this cover is beautiful, you know? So I was like, maybe I pick up anyway, and I did, and I liked it. It got like, mecha stuff fighting with each other, and it got like a strong, like, woman, blah blah. I don't know. Just read it. My brain is not braining. I'm sorry. My wanted read list is 7 books and 20 to 30 manga webtoon series. Ooh. Hi Vinny, by the way. Welcome, welcome. I mean, what kind of books do you want to read? Here's my bookshelves. I like, by the way, that if you look at... Oh, you can't really see it. The chat is in the way. Okay, here. If you look here, you have my want to read list, you have my currently reading, and then you have all the books I've read. It's not all the books I've read in the entire world, it's just all the books I've read and registered to Goodreads. I've read a shit ton more. Then you have like all these, and you can see the HC and HCS and, like HCG, and it's Swedish classification system from the library. So yes, I classify all the books I read into the Swedish classification system. Do I take a work home with me? Yes I do. It happens. I've tried to write my own fantasy book for years. I have a bunch of lore and a world, but I never really taken off. I've written the prologue and that's about it. Me and Gina, in high school, we had a writing club. It was us. It was only us. The school librarian. Was the Swedish teacher in it? I don't think the Swedish teacher was in it. No, it was probably only the school librarian. We would like meet up and like exchange like what we have been written, and we would like criticize each other's writing. It was really nice. At that time, we would write so much things, but like nowadays, I don't write much. I don't think Gina write that much either. Even though we like both of us really, really want to, I don't think we're just not doing it, Why is the chat box being weird with me? Stop being weird, thank you. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. Oh, hi Flagler. Hello, welcome. Only the librarian. There was another girl supposed to join us, but she never came. Alright, I remember that. Now that you say it. Wasn't she like, she wasn't in our year, I think. She was probably, was she younger than us, or was she like 1 year older? I don't really remember. But yeah. I don't know what to do, because like I'm a mood reader, and I read depending on like how my mood is. So my want to read list is, it is what it is. But I want to be like, date added, and just like sorted by date added, and then just like take the ones I added first. So like here, 2017, I read it, as you can see, but I want to reread it, that's why it's here. But then you're like, 2018, I've had it on my list since 2018, and I haven't read it yet. What? But I also feel like I've read Pachinko, because I've seen so many people talk about Pachinko, and I've seen so many reviews and so many summaries of this book that I feel like I've seen it. But now they made like a series on it, and the series look really fucking good, and I want to watch the series, but I can't watch the series until I read the book. So I have issues with this book. So I was like, in my mind, I was like, I will listen to the audiobook because I don't have the book right now. So I was like, I will listen to the audiobook because my my apps that I have, they have this as an audiobook. But many people in the reviews say that it jumps a lot between like different people and different timelines and different kind of like, because it follows so many families in this book, so it many generations of people, and I feel like listening to the book might be very like confusing. I might want to like actually read it, so I need to buy the book. There's only one option. I need to buy this book and read the book, you know? This book I have. I added it when I bought it. I bought it 2020. It's in my bookshelf. Have I picked it up? No. I wonder why I'm like this. I don't understand. There's so many. Emma I read as well. There's also a reread. It's weird that I haven't given it a rating when I see. Yeah. Crime and Punishment I started reading, but I got depressed and stopped reading it. But I want to read it. But at that time, it was just like too depressing to read. I got a little bit sad. Book dragons gotta collect them pretty lonely book. I mean, it's true. It's true. I want to read more Charles Dickens, you know. I I I want to say I've read Great Expectations, but I haven't actually read it. I read an abrogated version of this. It was like a child version. It was like, I don't know, 100 pages or something. And this book, it's Charles Dickens. It's not 100 pages, you know. So I've not read the actual entire thing. Need to read it. It's funny though, because I've added like so many Dickens to my list. I don't even like Dickens that much. That one I read many years ago, but I want to reread it again. I mean, at least these are from 2022, you know. It's not like that far back. Oh, this one is coming out this year, I think. Yeah, it's coming in July. Yeah, I've been waiting for. I mean, it's coming 2024, right? I added it to my list 2022. I knew it was gonna come. I was like, I need to read this. Which is funny because I haven't read the book that is like the newer one about Electra. I don't know. There's so many books that I'm just like, I need it. Dune, I don't know if I want to read Dune. I told myself I wanted to read Dune because it's a classic and it's a sci-fi, but people tell me, you know, it's a long book. It's like 658 pages. But it is a classic, you know. But a lot of people say it's not that good. Like, I feel like it's like that kind of book, like either you love it or you don't love it. Because apparently someone told me that you can read like 70% of the first Dune book and it's just world building. So say like, you know, 500 pages or something, and it's still world building and nothing have actually happened, like no events, no scenes, or no nothing. So I feel like, do I want to read 500 pages of nothing actually happening and it's just like world building and 1,000 different kind of characters being introduced and you not really remembering even half of them? I don't know. A few years ago, I went to Convux to get my grades in order, and in the Swedish class, we had to read and write a book report on Kallocain, and I couldn't even read a chapter of the book. Oh my god, Kallocain is my favorite book of all time! Did you not like the book? Oh my god. I tried to watch the series, couldn't do that either because that was too old for me. I heard the movies are pretty good though. They say that this book though is like how women are represented and written in the story is really like downgrading. Like, it's really bad how females are written in the story. But I also kind of like, I don't want to be that person to be like, it's written in the 60s. I don't want to be that person, but like, it was written in the 60s. Like, I'm not surprised, you know? I remember Calocane. Exactly. Calocane was so good. Who doesn't love a good Karin Boye book, though? To be fair, I think Calocane was one of the few books that she actually wrote. She was more of like a poetry, lyrical kind of person. But Calocane is like one of the best dystopians there is out there. Well, here's the Neuromancer that I was talking about in my other time when we did the break. It's not Gideon that I thought. It was Gibson, Neuromancer. I thought there was a new book because that's that I just thought so. But it was apparently written in the 80s. Maybe he wrote a new book? No, okay. Yeah, but okay. Okay. But there was like a new book that was green, and I thought it was this one. I mean, The Matrix. Very cool. Oh yeah, this book is coming out this year as well. I'm really looking forward to this book as well. It's coming 2024. This is the fourth book. Oh my god, I'm definitely not braining anymore. It's the fourth book in a series, Nevermore series. This is the first book, The Trials of Morgan Crow. It is it's a middle grade fantasy book for everyone that likes Harry Potter. This is just like, you know. It's about this girl who has a curse and she's supposed to die like a certain day and time, and she's supposed to die that day. But then this man comes to her and he's like, if you don't want to die, you can come to me to this magical place and you can be my successor in stuff. And she's like, well, yeah, I don't want to die when I'm 11, you know. So she follows him, and by following him to this new world, she kind of escaped death. And when she gets there, she needs to have this big magical thing about her, and she has to go through like a big kind of like a lot of trials. But the thing is, she's a normal human. She doesn't really have magic like everyone else. Everyone else are very, very special. And the man that like saved her, he's like, you are special, but we just don't know what your specialness is yet. but because his specialness or his thing is that he can see people's aura or stuff, and he got a lot of it, so to speak. But this one, I'm waiting for it. The first one and the second one I read like, you know, so fast, like they were so good. But like the third one, I didn't really like it. It felt like, you know, one of those filler episodes in like a TV series. This felt like that. It was just like a filler, and I didn't like it. So I'm hoping Silverborn is a lot better. Silverborn, that's a cool name. Like, if these were out when I was in middle school, or like, you know, I would have loved them so much. See, I'm not alone. Like, you know, look at all these people just waiting for their precious to come out. I find it funny that I can still, like, you know, read a middle school book and be like, this is good. This is, like, really, really good. And it's not just good for, like, grown-ups. It's good for everyone. It's like here, this one. I read this book in one sitting, one night. I had like the worst case of like reader block. Like I did not have, I didn't feel like reading anything. Like everything just sucked. Like, you know, when you get into that reader block and everything is just like bleh, you know? And you don't feel like reading. I picked this one up because it's based on the Pan's Labyrinth, the movie, that Guillermo del Toro actually is the director of. But he decided to write a book after the movie where the book gives you so much more descriptions on every scene that you see in this movie. And it's just so amazing. So good. So good. Oh my god. This book, I started reading like, 8 in the evening. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna read before bed, drink a little bit of like tea. And then I looked up and it was like 5 in the morning and I had finished the book. Maybe not 5, I think it was like 3 or 4. But still, I looked up and I had finished the book and I was like, I have work. Like my clock is gonna ring soon. But I was so happy because I've never read anything like this. It was amazing. Oh my god. Have you read Skulder? What? No? Skulder represent Derek Landy. Okay. Never heard of either. Or seen. Oh, no. I recognize this style. I have not read it. But I might have seen it in my library. Yeah, I've definitely seen it. Yeah, I think I've seen it. I have not read it though. Boom boom ba doom, ba doo ba doo ba doo. I was introduced to this school in high school. Yeah, it's really good. I love when you find stuff and you're just like, yeah, this is my jam, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah. I want to read the Aeneid as well by Virgil because I read the Odysseus and the Iliad. I want to read the Virgil's version of the Aeneid as well. Aesop Fables, I have read like most of them, but I have not read all of them yet. I want to read the Arabian Night. I have the Arabian Night in 2 different versions. I have like a child version and I have like another kind of version, but it's not the full version, right? Because like the full version is the full version is not even 1,000. This is not the full version either. Like this is the one I have. 735 pages, yeah. But it doesn't have all of it. Because if you would read all of it, I think it's like 3,000 or something. Pretty sure it's a lot longer than it says here. Oh, hi Ignis, how are you doing? Oh, yeah, you sold all your Darren Shan books. Oh, I remember you said that. You know, you want to know something tragic that I did? Do you guys remember Aragon? Do you guys remember this series by Christopher Paolini? This was my jam in high school. You know, in high school, I had just started reading these. I think they came out roughly, you know, I've read them when they were published. And they were so good. I just loved them so much. So I wrote a letter to Christopher Paolini. It was also when the movie came out of Aragon. And I fucking hated the movie. I had so much things to say about the movie. So I wrote a very, not nasty letter to the author. It was not nasty, okay? But it was not nice, that's for sure. It was... And I basically told him that the movie was shit. And I hated the movie. And he told me that he could not really do anything about it because like he sold the rights and blah blah blah. But you know, I was like, I don't know, 13 or something, you know, I don't understand that. I was still upset. But as compensation, he said, he sent me like some stuff, you know, like, you know, he sent me his autograph, and he sent me some stickers with his autograph on, and he sent me the new book in the series autographed as well. But then, you know, I told myself that I wanted to, I think it was the inheritance that I got. Oh my god, I gave that too. I mean, true enough. But then I remember I wanted to like redo my entire bookshelf, and I was like, ooh, you know, I only want to have books that represent me as a reader, and I don't want to have books that's not a 5-star read if it's not a pretty book or a collectible, because then I might have it in my bookcase just because it's a collectible, you know. What do? I throw away all of these. Because like somewhere in my mind, I was like a little bit embarrassed about the fact how much I loved Aragon and this entire series when I was a kid. But you can see I did not love it that much because it was like 4, 3, 3, 4. Like it wasn't, but it was also like the books that got me into reading more and like thicker books. And all of them were signed by the author, and I just went to like a container somewhere like behind an Ica, and I just threw them away. So I did not even like give them to charity or anything like that. I legit just went and threw them away. Like, and I regret that a lot. I had all 4 books signed by the author. What? She mad? Yeah, I'm mad. I don't understand. Although last year it came out like a new book about Murtagh. I have not read it yet. I heard it's actually better. But I mean, he was 15 when he wrote Aragon. Like, if you know the fact that he himself, he was legitimately 15 when he wrote Aragon. He was 18 when it got published. Like, of course it's going to be kind of like teenagery. It's not like, you know, I was sitting there with my Twilight books and protecting the Twilight. I did have Twilight books, but I did not protect them. They were the first book to go. But still, I kind of feel bad about that one. Oh yeah, here you go. You can see around December 2022, you can see I got into a lot of Russian literature, right? Because here I started to add Russian authors. I was like, oh my god, because this is when I read Leo Tolstoy for the first time, and I was like, what? I've been missing out, man. So you can see I started adding a lot of Russian stuff. This book I think I added because Stephen King said it was one of his favorite books. So many weird things. Russian books, the Metro 2033 books, big recommend. Oh, they're so good. I love them. Also, this one is one of my favorite anime series, the 12 Kingdoms. It was like one of those anime series that got me into anime more. It turns out they are based on a light novel that came out 1992, same year I was born, by the way. And I really, really, really want to read this. I really want to read it. Like, I've found a web place that has this as a PDF that you can like read it, but I want to own the book myself, but there's not a lot of these books out there. And so if you want to find it, it costs roughly $150 for a book. I've been looking. But one day I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna be a happy owner of that book. Twilight. Best book of all times. Oh yeah, this, I told myself I wanted to try out Game of Thrones. But I don't know if I want to, because I don't like series, you know? Because if you start a series and you get into the series, you're gonna feel like you need to finish the series and not read anything in between. But there's so many books to read, so many genres. Why like get into a series? Yeah, I don't know. It's on my list, but I don't know if I want to actually read it. This book I'm looking forward to reading. This is going to be my next read. When I finish The Phantom of the Opera that I've been reading today on our read together, I'm going to pick this one up. I got it in a gift by Taylor. I don't know if you guys know who Taylor is. He usually isn't on my YouTube streams. We play League together. But I like the way Tolkien writes his stories, and this is supposed to be like long before, like, you know, the real story happened. The love between you know, the mortal man and the immortal elf. Sad love story. Must be better than Twilight, right? And it got lyric, like the Hobbit. I looked through the book and it got like all those lyrical things from the elves and the elvish. Of course it does. I mean, it is Tolkien after all. But I really want to read that one. There's so many things to read. Oh my god. It is speaking to me. Oh, this. I'm not a fan fiction reader, right? But this one has been speaking to me, right? This is a fanfic of what would have happened if Harry Potter died. And in the aftermath of the war, like, you know, Hermione becomes like a slave under Malfoy, and she has to like become like it's a little bit like I don't know what to say. Like, Malfoy basically enslaves her, and she's going to be like a surrogate Harry, and he's going to breed with her. I've heard that if you're going to read a fan fiction that's based on Harry Potter, this is the one to read. A Handmaiden Tale, but Harry Potter? Exactly. Yeah. I've heard that this one is extremely dark. Like, dark. Like it's dystopian dark, like Voldemort has taken over. Malfoy starts actually becoming in love with Hermione, and Hermione loves him, but they can't really, because she's enslaved and she belongs to his family. And I don't know. I've heard many, many good things about this. I've heard it's is worth reading, but it's 876 pages long. But there is a PDF out there, or a website where you can read this. I want to read it because most fan fiction that I've been seeing are just romantic and just fan fiction because people like to ship people together. So they just like, oh, I'm gonna ship you with him and it's going to be happiness, but this one struggles with the actual darkness of what would actually happen if Harry Potter died and all hope is lost and Voldemort just destroys the world ish and everything is just bleak and dark and horrible. I don't know. I want to read it one day, maybe this year. Maybe I should do read it a little bit at a time because it's fanfic, so it was published a chapter at a time, so maybe I can read it that way. I don't have to read it all at once. We will see how I do. I started reading that. I think I came halfway. I read that for my summer course last year about ancient Rome. I don't know if I didn't finish it. And here we have all the Joker graphic novels that I want to read. For anyone that doesn't know, I have a big, big love for the Joker. I hate Batman. Don't ask me. But the Joker, on the other hand, I fucking love him. He's amazing. Yeah, it came out some Harley Quinn novels as well that I really want to look into. I've heard it's not that good, but I will read it. I want to reread The Mad Love, both this one, the novel. I did not know Mad Love had a novel, but also the comic Mad Love, because the new Joker movie that's coming in autumn 2024 is based off the Mad Love comic. So I need to look into that one as well. I started reading this one. It's a Swedish book about Gustav Vasa. But I felt like they didn't tell you much about Gustav Vasa, who he was, and everything in between. I felt like when I started reading it, it was just you need to already know all these things about the Swedish king Vasa. And if you don't know, go and do some research because we're not going to tell you or explain anything to you. I hated it. It was meh, I got to go. Hope you had an amazing rest of the stream. Oh, bye-bye, Loma. Bye-bye. I should probably go too because it's 11 and I need to sleep. It's just fun to scroll through my list. There's something about scrolling through your list and going oh yeah, I have that on my list. Oh yeah, I really wanted to read this one. I don't really read that many biographies or autobiographies, but this one sounded really good. About Matthew Perry, who was in the Friends series, about his alcoholism and mental health issues. Apparently, it's really raw. So I kind of want to have a look at that one as well. If you have time, you should play Limbo's Company. All the cast is based on books. It's really dark game. Limbus Company. Is it on Steam? Or is it like another kind of game? It's here. Okay, I see. Oh, it's a free game. Oh, it's like a manager kind of game. Lead your group of 12 sinners, venture into the buried facility of Lobotomy Corporation and lay claim on the Golden Pass. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Oh, it's a combination of turn-based RPG and real-time brawler. Ah, that's cool. I never heard of this game before. God damn, some people have many hours on this game. 220 hours on a game? God damn, bro. I mean, I have that too, but not this game. I'm adding it to my list of games I need to play. And then we're back to the first page. God damn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Someone wants something from me? Oh no. Create a goal. Is that what they want from me? To create a goal for this year? But I don't know if I want to. That's the issue though. Because if I create a goal, I feel the need to reach the goal, you know? Oh, look at Simple Lives, 30 books, 15 books, 40 books. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the challenge, I don't think. It will just stress me out. My oh my. How to stress the queen. Anyway, I think it was a good stream. No, right? Like we did 3 hours, I think, productive reading and studying, and 1 hour a little bit of talking. That's pretty good. I need to go and take myself uphill. Pretty good narrative game. Oh, that's good. I like narrative games. I need to go and have myself some pills because my headache is now killing me. Next stream will be on Friday, but it's going to be on Kick, and we're gonna do some dancing, I think. You know, the normal hanging out and dancing. Kind of looking forward to it. I like my Kick streams. They've been really fun. I also made some goals for my Kick stream. That's pretty fun. That I'm looking forward to. To be fair, it's just like I made them into goals, but like in the back of my head, I'm just like, let's just do them anyway. You know what I mean? Because I really want to do them. Anyway. Thank you everyone for coming, and heart. Is that a heart? Me. I will see you next time. Much love to everyone. Kisses.